640. Okay. Good morning, Philip. Good morning, Dragon Wolf. Good morning, John, Gerald, Philip, and Stephen. Good morning, G Chen. Happy New Year to all of you out there. Hope you're all doing well. Happy New Year to you, Stephen. Good morning, Matt and Chaz and Spieler. Hey, Zeus, good morning. Happy New Year. Frantrau, Patrick, good morning to all of you. Happy New Year to everybody. Happy New Year to all of you. Jafar, F1, Alex, Rick, Jasmine, good morning. Dougie, Blinky, good morning to all of you. Happy New Year to everybody. You're all safe and alive. Good morning, X. Good morning, Jasmine, Charlie, Mikey, Ricardo. Travis, good morning. Good morning, I lost the toad. I love that username. Good morning, AK and BDN. Happy New Year to all of you guys, too. Just joining at this time. Good morning, Angie. Hello. Happy New Year, Angie. Happy New Year, Gail. Good morning, Henry. That's great for the Tesla numbers. Happy New Year, Ritesh. Happy New Year, Henry. Happy New Year, Bloodstunt. Happy New Year to all of you that are joining us this morning. If you haven't chimed in the chat box and you just a wallflower or whatever, Happy New Year to you. Hope you're feeling well this morning. That you're safe this morning. Good morning, Neil. Morning all the way. If you're listening to this cast this morning, this stream, hope you're safe. Hope that you're with family or friends, or even if you're alone, that you're going to enjoy part of this day and tomorrow. Thank you for hitting the like button, Mikey. Appreciate that this morning. Appreciate all of you. It's been a good year. There's been some tough times and good times, of course, with any year. It's past couple of years have been tough for everybody right around the world. Morning, Joel, Trevor, hit Mikey. Looks like Tesla's opening up. Right on. I haven't looked yet. We're going to look at Tesla. There's some really neat stuff this morning. Yeah, we're going to talk about the straddle in the market kind of a thing and see how that plays out today and into tomorrow. We're going to talk about, or not tomorrow, but Monday. Morning, Speed. Yeah, we're going to talk. We should be able to talk about this today because today should be an interesting day. It's actually worked out closer to our initial thoughts, right, than anything else. We kind of talked about it, pinning at the 478, trading at a zone. We knew there'd be volatility with speculative growth stocks. I thought they might go down. We might see some of that today. We'll talk about that too. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, John. Yeah, we'll talk about Amazon. We'll talk about everything this morning, and we'll talk about the entire context of the market this morning. It hasn't been as surprising as we think it has, right? Except for maybe the speculative growth stocks ripping yesterday, which was nice to see, of course, because a lot of us were in those stocks. There might be still some selling down today in some stocks. We're going to talk about that here in just a moment. Jarken, good morning. Happy New Year, Jarken. Good morning, YJP. If you're just joining us, we haven't talked about much just yet. We're going to make it a simple day today. I don't expect, well, we'll talk about it. We're going to go through it all this morning as before open. And I'm going to I'm gonna look up one thing. The one thing you guys want to be doing this morning is keep your eyes out for do like a keep your eyes out for the JPM collar. Maybe I'll do a search for it, see if anyone's found it. So I'm assuming there's enough people out there watching for it this morning. I saw a big giant green bar this morning on the SPY. I wasn't sure if that was it. It should be coming on SPX at some point. So yeah, the MMs have to buy back the short ES for the new collar that's going on. Happy New Year to all of you. I hope you're all safe. I hope you're all. Just want to say, I know I don't have to say this, but if you do go out, please be safe. Please use an Uber or don't drink and drive or drug and drive or whatever. There's no, I always call days like today amateur hour. Like St. Patrick's Day. I'm from Boston. My mother's from South Boston, and from Southie, the old Southie, right? And my parents and I, when I was young, they used to always call it amateur night because there's so many people that get into so much trouble, right? And then I think the biggest day of the year for DWIs isn't New Year's Eve, it's New Year's Day. The cops will try to catch you at like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. Just stay safe. None of you guys want a DWI. Those things are horrible. Good morning, Bob. So Bob Walsh is saying it should trade between 9:45 and 10:30 a.m. About collar roll being overblown and having no market impact. I didn't see Chem's rant last night, and I don't. So I think we had a conversation about 6 months ago, and we were making fun of each other. And I think he blocked me, and I blocked him. I think he came in one of my threads and said something's not going to happen, and then it did, and then I went back and laughed at him, so he blocked me, and then I wound up blocking him. I think I should unblock him or something. I don't know how the conversation went. I can't recall exactly how it went. And I like him. He's a very smart guy. And I didn't track him last night. I will, though. I'll go into today and check that it doesn't have a big impact. But it does. It does because people are waiting for it. Other hedge funds are waiting for it. Banks are waiting for it. They move the market so much with the expansion and contraction of volatility of gamma in the market. The banks pretty much. We think we decide. I mean, well, let's say this: we have a lot of unknown stuff that of course we can't impact the market with. But the banks plan for the market to go certain places in a year or in a 3-month period. You can't deny that, and they open and close gamma volatility ranges within the market themselves. So he's on the right track. He shouldn't have to cover so much for what he says. I like what he says. Some delta to buy, we see was correct today in regards to the collar effect. Your wife's getting upset, Chase? Tell her I said Happy New Year. My kids are mad at me because I just kicked them off the internet. I'm trying to figure out this internet thing. I just signed up with the best internet, and I gotta separate it all or something. So yeah, I've got some upset family members this morning. So what we're gonna do before the market gets open here this morning, I just want to run through this stuff. If any of you haven't said hello this morning, good morning to you. Happy New Year to you. I hope you're safe and happy these next couple days. Hope that we can put last year behind us and look forward to a new year. We're going to talk mainly about what's going to happen today, what we should expect next week, and some forward looking into next week. I'm going to have a live stream on Sunday, hopefully prepared for you for some expectations into the new year. And we'll see how those play out for 2022, right? Now, for today, we have nothing on the economic calendar. I do want to highlight for you, though, that next week, the important events are basically jobs, right? Jobs are big for us next week. We have openings and quits on Tuesday at 10. We have the ADP employment report on Wednesday at 8:15. We have some FOMC minutes on Wednesday. Well, we all know that's usually a non-event. But we do have claims and continuing claims on Thursday. Non-farm payroll is the biggie on Friday, the unemployment rate. So next week is all about jobs. We know that sometimes jobs roll off as we head into the new year. The part-time temporary workers kind of go away. But that's the big thing for next week to be looking forward to. That's all I've got for you in the economic calendar. We're going to look briefly at the volume profile for the market. And this is the ES chart. The SPY chart's very similar. And you'll see they're at the bottom of this node here, this iceberg right here, right? You can see that the value area low is 460.22.23. And we've got some space here to fill in, right? So I think normally you would say to yourself, we're probably going down today, right? If we were going to the normal market, I would say we're going down to 47.20 easy. Maybe start grinding through these numbers. And I'm going to show you the moving averages too, and how it relates to this down here later. But for today, you're probably going to see some buying today. And there's a fair chance, right, that you'll see this iceberg get eaten through into end of day to that 480 pin that we keep talking about. Now, when we are eating through here, let's say you get some large volume share trading, right? And then it goes away. You'll see moments of volatility where we drop down in this area because we don't really have a lot of space in here. So I think my projection for today is that we're going to try to pin 480 at some point today. There could be moments of volatility where we fall through. You guys, it'll be similar, I think, to normal OPEXs on a Friday where you see really jagged movements in the candlestick charts. So that's what I've got for you in ES. You know, on a normal day, I would tell you buy some puts and hold, right? That's what I'd be telling you for today. We're going to look at the ES, we're going to look at NQ real quick. And, you know, NQ is really a neat chart. Wait a minute. Hold on here. I got the wrong chart. So on the NQ chart, I want to show you this one. This one's kind of neat. Yeah, I always like these charts because you can sometimes bet that we move much, much higher here. If we move above this iceberg right here today, it would be very, very possible that we trade up to that 16,900 or 17,000 number. You want to pay attention to the volume profile today, as if we don't trade up here, we're going to make a pretty significant move down to this 16,000 into next week, possibly Monday. We'll talk about the volatility as well and how that plays into this move today and into Monday. The next one I want to show you is RTY. You guys can come back and pause this video later. I'm gonna sign off here at some point, and you can get these levels, these value area lows and value area highs. This is on I think this is 15 minute on a 10-day, and what's interesting is the chart for IWM for the Russell looks slightly better, right? Where if we got a bid in RTY today, we might muscle over this 225. And we know that we can get, if we break past this 228, what happens then? We know that we're going to squeeze some shorts. So I'm still interested in all of this consolidation here on RTY, on IWM. I don't know if it happens today or next week, but I really am interested in this, in the recovery of IWM and small caps. And we already know that we've looked down here. You know, and this value area low down here, 216, 213, these levels down here, we kind of know that there's a significant bottom down here. And we've looked below down here 3 times. We know that we've beaten up. We've had this stealth correction. You know, it's interesting. I was looking at the charts for SPY, and we've had a stealth correction under the market, like S&P since May. And I'll show you that briefly on that chart. It's just when you start to look at the correction that's gone on in IWM and the SPY, and everyone's saying we're going sideways into 2022. It's kind of odd because, and then they're saying we're going to dump in late summer. But when you start to look at the curling over, the rolling over of SPY, it's really been taking place since May. And no one really talks about that. Everyone's talking about that it's happening right now. And everybody talks about all-time highs, but our all-time highs are us going sideways and making all-time highs. In reality, we've left this channel since May. So we'll take a look at that here in just a minute. I'm just interested in that. And we've got something on Tesla that's kind of neat. At the end of yesterday's podcast, we were talking about We were talking yesterday about if we need to make this move above 1080, right? I was talking to you last night. We need to get over this iceberg. If we can't get over this iceberg, the next move down is quite severe. You can see the 939 down here is the first target, but we could see a sell down in Tesla to the 750, 800s. Now, I'm a Tesla bull, but I just want you to be aware that as we head into this new year, if you were to see any kind of selling for profit into the new year, last day of the year, this is a dangerous place for Tesla. And we'll look at the Tesla chart here this morning for any of you Tesla gang out there. I just want to show you that there is some danger here for Tesla. I took some calls yesterday in Tesla. I don't know if they're going to burn today, if they're going to go up into close and make some money. I can't tell you what's going to happen to Tesla. You know how Tesla is. You could be looking at this here as just some consolidation for a rip much higher, and you might see some forced buying for funds into the new year today. So I'm going to be paying attention to Tesla today. It's on my radar to see if they were selling for profit or if we're going to trade up and over today. Really, it says 1117 here, but the 1120 needs to be claimed. Like it's a do or die kind of a thing with Tesla at this point. So be conscious of that as we move forward. And then we are going to, sure you want to log off? Yeah, I'm going to log off of this. And we are going to move back over here. And it's 9:17, so I got to be fast about this, okay? So this is what I want to talk to you about here on Tesla. We have our buy the dip down here. We talked about 475.0 being support for the market and for SPY. And we can see we recovered. We had low liquidity overnight, and we recovered right to the 47.5 on the opening bell. So what am I looking for today in the market? I'm looking for us to trade up to this pin, anywhere from 479 to 480 up in here. I'm looking for some sort of a pin up here today. We see some jagged little moves? Sure. Am I going to buy this bottom today? Probably. And I've got some spreads for this 479, 480, and I've got some puts for Monday for 460p. And I'm going to add to both of these positions depending upon where we go today. But I do want you guys to realize that one of the biggest volatile days of the year is the 31st into the 1st or the 3rd. We could see, let's say we pin at 480 today. If we go to this 480 mark today, I'm going to sell the news into Monday, okay? If we begin to sell down today and continue to sell down out of today, I've got these puts and I'll add to them. But my thought process is that we go up today and then it's a sell the news into Monday. We'll see if we see that the bid come into the market, the range expansion. So let's say I take this up today to 480. I'm going to sell the news into Monday, and then I'm going to be looking for the 50. I'm going to put an indicator up here for you. I think I set this up earlier. I'm going to show you guys something that's important for you to see, okay? This is the 50 here, and I believe the 21 MA. And as we consolidate, we always talk about this consolidation. We come down, and eventually we're going to be a magnet for both the 20 and the 50. And you see where they're coming, right? They're coming to this 470. They're already up to 460. So anyone that's like, hey, are we going to the 460 or anything like that? As time passes, right, the 20 and the 50 are just going to be up here in this 465 to 470 range. So I might even be personally, I might be mispositioned. I might have to take my 460s off and get more like a 465, 470. So even if you're bearish this market, remember that the 20, 21, and the 50 are going to be up here by Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of next week. So how far do we sell down? Do we sell down past the 50 heading into next week? I'm kind of finding that hard to believe at this point, okay? So remember as time passes, even though we're trading down, the time for the bulls gives them advantage, okay, for how deep this pullback is. So be conscious of that as we move into next week. You end up getting the 20 coming up here to the 470. You end up getting the 50 coming up to like the 465. And you're not really getting this meaningful pullback. You know, it's like the drinking the milkshake thing we always talk about. Okay? So I'm looking for 480 today on SPY. We had the bounce, the same bounces here in the ES this morning, and it's the same kind of a story, right? We hit 480 here. If you're trading the futures or ES today, you're going to be looking for 4825, which is above. I can snap a line here for if you guys want to come back to it. But this is your price target here today for ES is way up here at 4825. So we'll see if we can get up here. This is a pretty significant move for ES. I'm interested to see if it happens. This would be coincide with people buying this market, okay? And we haven't seen it happen all week long. We have not seen major call flow all week long. We have not seen major equity buying all week long. And if we're down to this last day, does it happen today? And if it doesn't happen today, we'll revisit it on Sunday, because then we're looking quite negative at that point for the upcoming end of winter and spring trade. We might be trading the dollar or trading oil and stuff like that, right? Maybe gold and that kind of stuff. So we'll talk about that on Sunday. We're going to be looking to see what happens today, if we could actually get this, tag this 4825 today. I think that there are a lot of our futures traders that are interested in this trade as well, if we're trading up or if we're just going to start selling down right off the open on ES. We'll take a look at the IWM chart. I haven't changed any of these charts all week long. We've kind of stayed range bound. No, RTY, I'm sorry. So I'll give you guys an RTY chart. Let me clear. I was over here drawing all my zigzag lines the other day. Could actually bring this out. Yeah, and IWM's, it's decision time, right? Are they going to buy IWM the market? We're going to move above, or are we going to start trading down into this same area down here? We have traded down here though, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. IWM right now is giving me the idea that we trade up and we start to stabilize small caps. So I'm interested in this play today. I'm interested in taking some spreads. I'm bullish on IWM into, let's call it like mid-February. I'm interested in taking that trade. We've been talking. I took it earlier down here, and I want to take it again. I think it's almost ready to take once more. And that's all I've got for you this morning. I'll show you guys NQ real quick. I'll show you guys Tesla and what I'm talking about on Tesla. So you got you Tesla fans out there. And you can see here, this is the this is the 50 right here on Tesla. This is critical support for Tesla, and this is make or break time, right? You can see that we're in make or break time right here. You can see that the 21 has broken below here, right? And you can kind of see what happens here when we break below. You can sometimes see, and you see this nice break below, right? But if you see the 21 coming back up here, what usually happens is it gives that nice lift. So we are looking today to see if the 21 can cross the 50 and start to bring us up and over this 1200 level. This is a critical moment for Tesla. I want to show you one other thing that I want to show you. I was talking about Amazon yesterday. I wanted to show you guys the Amazon trade for a year, okay? And I want to show you this, okay? So Amazon is kind of, you've got this trade back in July, right? And you've got Amazon just following this trade right here. And yesterday, I don't know why the chart's looking like this here. Maybe I was looking at it on another platform here. But what I wanted to show you yesterday was, I don't know why my chart's looking like shit this morning. Let's see if I can make this. See if we can do this a little bit better. And this is the bear trade. I want to show you guys what the bears are thinking here. And last night, into the close last night, if you're looking at this trade here, right, this is pretty bearish, right? This is pretty bearish. And I think the bears are looking for that drop. I think the bear point of view is that you haven't been able to break out, and that ultimately the tag is back down here again. And you can see this as well playing out on Apple. I posed the question last night on Twitter that you would possibly see You saw this in Apple last night too. You'd see that same kind of a drop come down. I posed a question last night that we had that stealth correction everybody's talking about. Maybe we had that stealth correction market wide, and maybe the trade this into January, March is you could see the tickers that are holding up the indexes pull back, right? Correct? Let's say you see the major tickers that are holding up the market, they pull back, they trade down, the indexes end up trading down, specifically NASDAQ, SPY, and yet you'll see beaten down tickers rising while the let's say the indexes are falling, the major tickers that are holding it up are falling, yet you see stability or slight increases in tickers that have been beaten down to their bottoms. So I don't know how that interplay works out into the new year, but I'm fascinated by it for the end of the day today and into Monday. Well, you know, it's not necessarily a bear flag, but these are the tickers that are holding the market up. These are the tickers that have held the market up since May. And let's look at the SPY real quick. I don't think I can show it better on the SPY than I can on. I think I can show it better. Yeah. So let me get rid of this. So if you look back here, right, this is April. And really on April 16th and May 7th, we had this roll moment here, right? And the ES has really kind of just traded sideways. We've had all-time highs, right? But let's say we get all-time highs, but we're still trading sideways. We're not trading on this larger move. So do you have this capitulation move over here for the indexes, right? And we've got this nice little move down here to 405 or 425 down here. You have the indexes fall, yet you don't see much movement out of, or you see some capitulation maybe in like a PayPal or a Square or something in this movement. Everything's now in line. They kind of wrap it all up, and we move forward from there. We actually end up having a pretty decent year. It ends up giving the ability for the forecasts for 2022 where we're making 14% or 12%, but we're making that 14 or 12% from a nice bottom over here at 425, 400, something like that. So I'm interested to see what JPM puts out there this morning for their collar. What are their projections for the lows on the year? So pay attention as we move forward. You got 2 minutes left until the bell. I wish you all a great morning. I will be signing off at this moment right now with you. Let's do a weekend video. Yeah, I'm going to try to put a weekend video out on Sunday, and we'll call it 11 a.m. right now unless something changes, okay? 11 a.m. so you guys can watch football at 1 o'clock. It'll be 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, you guys all have a great morning. If anything crazy happens this morning on the bell, we can watch the bell together if you want. We can watch real quick before I sign off here this morning. I don't know what this line is right here. I don't know where this line came from. But we can watch the. This is weird, right? I'm getting some real weirdness right now. Fair and Greed is at 62 today. That's good news, Blood Stunt. Thanks to all of you. Happy New Year. Hope you guys have all had a great New Year. We'll watch this open here in the next 15 seconds live together and see what happens. I don't know what's happening with my thing here. I'll try to reset it. See why it's acting so wonky. Getting some weirdness. But we'll see what happens here in the bell. That might help right there. So my expectation is that we trade up. Even if we trade down at the bell, let's say we trade down for a momentary weakness, my expectation is that we're trading up today to 480. I'd like to see if that. Matter of fact, I'm going to open up right now I want to see if that trade is still on SPY. What looked like a trade yesterday at the close. It looked like there was hold on here. Yeah, it looks like the trade's still on this morning. So we'll see. There's some buildup in 475 P's right off the opening bell. Some algos are hitting the 475s, but there's strong power on 479, 480. So my you guys watch, any guys that are following me in that. I'm gonna open up my let me open up my trade real quick because I think we're gonna print that. I think we're gonna print that. I think we're gonna print that. What am I doing here? I think we're gonna print that 479, 480 call spread. I think that's the target for today. Now I sold out of MU calls the other day. I want to say on Thursday, and then I bought some 479, 480 bull call spreads for today expiry, and I'm sitting on. Oh shit! I have to look at my. I've got. Jesus, I gotta make sure I'm. Yeah, so my SPY 46. What do I have here? I've got January 3rd 460Ps on SPY, and I'll probably add more to them today. This is more of a market hedge, just in case we end up burning. You know, the Bears have a point. We're at a resistance point in the market. You can't say that we're not, even if we're continuing to go up. We're at a top right now. So you can see that we've traded sideways for 5 days. So there has to be some resolution. Either look above and we trade down, or we keep trading sideways and we keep moving down until we hit the 20 and the 50. Other than the market forces that are forcing us to the pin at 480, at 479, 480, we should trade back at some point. So I've got a market hedge on for some safety. I've got a spread that it doesn't really matter what happens today as long as we trade to 479, 480. They were $10 each. And then I've got Tesla calls. So I gotta check on Tesla next. I gotta do this on another computer. And that's a bet on us on Tesla trading up and over. Because I'll be honest with you, if Tesla doesn't trade up and over today, tomorrow, the future doesn't look good for Tesla. We're already up 8 right now in Tesla. That's good to see. The future doesn't look good for Tesla if we don't trade up and over. What is it? 11. I think it's 1120. I could be wrong on that. Go look closer. Yeah, we have to trade above 1120 today. It's critical that Tesla trades above that this morning. So if you guys have any questions for me at this point. RCL calls were up 300% at open. Let me look up at RCL real quick. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, RCL. Yeah, that was all bullshit yesterday. We were talking yesterday about, like, we knew that the calls are coming in yesterday, and then literally like 5 minutes after someone knew better, there was just this cacophony of, you can't buy RCL. You can't, we have to get out of our shorts first before you buy RCL. We want on the RCL trade. That was probably like a GS was on the RCL trade and JPM wasn't. It was really hilarious to see that yesterday. Yeah, the RCL trade was, and that the RCL trade was it's funny because the RCL trade was similar to the MU trade. You've got it coming out that Nancy Pelosi bought MU, and then you've got MU just ripping. And then you've got CNBC trying to temper the Nancy Pelosi trade. You can see the Kabuki theater and how stupid most of this shit is. You can see how stupid. I mean, just the pure utter stupidity in the market. It's just straight kabuki theater, and it's like who's got more money to push whatever story they can push. There we go. The spy trade. The spy trade is printing right now that we called out here and closed yesterday. This is hilarious. Always love seeing this stupid shit. Like when I see stuff like this, it's like I gotta go on Twitter and repost that trade for the close yesterday. Is Joe Donut around? Is he checking out his calls? Too funny. Yeah, got more spreads for 10 cents. Yeah. Yeah, there should be a grind higher today. I'm gonna keep hedging here as we go up. Hopefully we can. I'll just add to my position, and hold it. And if I have to roll from the third into the fifth, I will. But I do see us being weak into Monday. Do any of you see us being strong on Monday, or wait? Let me rephrase it. Do you think that we open at a lower price on Monday than when we close today? You guys, I'm gonna open up Bookmap. Okay, give me just a second, and I will open up Bookmap. Give me just a moment here. And then I'm going to sign off here by 10 a.m. And hold on here. You can't, I don't think that you can buy spreads expiring today. You might be able to on your broker, but I don't think that you can buy same day spreads on the SPY at this point. I think you had to buy them before the close yesterday. I could be wrong. No, I think you can. I normally don't buy spreads same day, but I thought you could only buy them on Thursday. Maybe you can buy them today. I don't normally. I try to capture them right at the close, especially for like selling down into a close. I'll buy some spreads the day before. Okay, hold on here. We're gonna look up. I'm going to bring up some stuff for you guys this morning. Hang tight here. You guys want to see a Bookmap? Yeah, I agree with that. I'm interested to go long on Monday at the open. I'm interested to long a bunch of stocks on Monday. Let's see if we can get this rolling here. What do you guys want to see? You guys want to start on SPY? Or what do you guys want to see this morning? Yeah, I got Bookmap running right now. What do you guys want to see first? Okay, so I'll start with SPY, and then I'll start with SPY, and then we'll move to. You guys want to see Coinbase real quick, or do you guys want to see Bitcoin real quick? Let's see if I can. Yeah, I usually try to buy my spreads the day before, like the day before an expiry, especially for selling down. If there's like a real nasty sell down into the close, I'll try to get them on the dirt cheap. Let me see. Let's start with the SPY here. And we're gonna add one. Here, I don't know why. It's weird. The support tells me that the hero indicator, if I save my desktop, I don't have to keep adding it, but you can see here that I continually have to keep adding it. Okay. So we'll start with the SPY, then we're gonna see where the price targets are on the SPY this morning. Now you can see the price target, right? 480. There's some light resistance at 478, but ultimately the price target, you can see that we have way more buyers than sellers on the SPY this morning. And you're more than likely going to see that throughout today. You will wind up seeing substantial buyers on the SPY today. And if we get up to that 479, 480 mark today, we're gonna print fat. Those spreads are gonna print, I think 900%, something like that. Yeah, it's weird. I did trade, so I do save my workspace every time, and they told me that. They said if you save your workspace every time, it'll save. And it worked on 7.1, but 7.2, it's not working for me. Maybe I need to update 7.2. 7.1, I had no problem saving the hero indicator, but I'm having problems. I updated to 7.2 last week, and I've been having problems ever since. So I don't know why. I don't know what I'm doing here, what I'm doing wrong here. So you guys can see here, right off the bat this morning, hero indicators off the charts with call flow. You can see that we have more buyers than sellers. This is all very positive for the SPY as we open the day. You can see that we have almost no resistance until we get to 480. That's my price target for today. This is ultimately what our price target was on Sunday. We talked about tagging 478. We talked about the pin on 480 for Friday. We've had some volatility in the overnight sessions. It really is the only place that you can catch a drop. And I expect that same thing to happen into Monday. You'll see that volatility kick in over the weekend, where they can do that, right? It's low liquidity. Because of all the buying that's going on, that's why we haven't had much volatility. So my price target for today, I'm going to check out here in a little bit, and I'm going to check back, and probably going to set an alert from my phone on my email for 479. And I'll take my money and run at 479. I'm not going to wait for 480. If I can get like 2, 3, 4, 500%. It paid for all my fuck ups this week. Sorry for swearing. All my mess ups with Tesla and MU. I had a foray into MU and Tesla, and ended up I stopped trading MU. I was bored. I was like, the more market's boring. And then I bought Tesla yesterday. I should have waited for 480. I'll check on it here at some point this morning. So we're going to look into Tesla at this point. So that SPY looks good. Heat map on SPY looks good right now. Heat map right now is matching up to everything I told you before the market opened. So I'm going to believe in that for today. You might expect some quick drops. So if any of you guys are in just calls, I would be jumping in and out of calls today rather than holding them to 478 or 479 or 480. I would take it for the run and then sell out and buy back in, because the market makers are going to drain them. The spreads are going to drain the intrinsic value that's left, whatever's left of them right now, the pennies that are left. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yep. You can see that same money is down below at 1050. That same smart money is down here. We'll add the hero indicator again. I gotta really talk to find out why. We'll check the hero indicator, and it's same story. Is there a chance today that short covering? There's a chance that short covering ended on Tesla on the 20th or 21st. We talked about that happening back then, or on the 12th. I think it was the 12th or the 21st that the shorts would have to cover at some point. They may have already done that. These may be new shorts. If these are not new shorts, they only have until end of today to cover. And I'm going to show you a little bit higher. We want to be breaking. This is where we want to break through. See that 1120 up there? We need to break through this sell right here today. Like, just murder this grind up here and break through 1120. That's my hope for end of day today. SPY isn't fine. The unloved stepchild index. and RTY gets dropped back to the open. Yeah, I always make fun of Russell too. I'm always like, I hate this index. I hate it the most, and I honestly do. I like trading the Russell back and forth, bull and bear, but we all know that there's no possible way that the Russell should ever have traded up at like it did in the time of COVID. That was a handout given to U.S. businesses. Was it proper? Yeah, I think it was. I don't want to see us in a war, a world war, or our economy to crash during COVID. And we should prop up our business if we can. Do I think the training wheels should come off our businesses? Probably not yet. I think that they should. We should allow bankruptcies to take place and closures. I just don't think the time is right. I think the time is maybe 2023. The training wheels come off for small businesses, mid-sized businesses. You guys don't want that to happen right now. If you guys are American, you can be very liberal and whatever. I know that some of y'all want to see the world burn, but in reality, I don't know how many of you have been to a third world country. It's not as nice as it's portrayed in movies and TV. I'm not talking about tourist areas. I'm talking about, real bad places, and you don't want to live that life. Can we look at AMD? Yeah, sure. Yeah, you're gonna see VIX climb. You'll see VIX climb. So you guys don't. I don't know if I would correlate VIX to the SPY right now. The VIX should climb today into Monday. It happens every single year. Whether the SPY goes up or down, it doesn't matter. You're going to get a VIX spike. One of the biggest volatility weeks of the year. I think Spot Gamma noted this earlier in the week. They showed a chart that showed that the biggest spike in VIX is the 53rd week of the year. And we don't have that 53rd week this year. Well, it depends on which calendar you're looking at. If you're looking at depends on, so when you're doing data points, there are two calendars. There's a world calendar and then the US calendar. And you want to be plotting on a 53-week calendar. This is a little bit more complex than I need to be talking about here, but on the 53rd week of a data point calendar, the VIX volatility is the highest it is of the entire year. So the implication would be if we don't have that 53rd week this year, which we don't in the US, but on a dot plot, it translates to, not a dot plot, but a data plot, it translates to the 31st and the 1st. You guys all know that? You guys all know that when you make data charts that they're plotted in 53 weeks and not 52? Looking like she's going to puke. Seems like SPY looking the same way. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to leave you with this one. I'll do one more, the AMD. I'm going to do AMD for you. And if you're a bear out there, all I'm going to tell you is you should be greedy and hope that you get 480 so that you can go short from a higher number. I always like the bears. Bears want to make less money. I want to make more as a bear. Or when I become bear, I want to be like screaming to the tippity top and grab that top all the way down. I don't want to be grabbing short at 476 or 474. I want to be grabbing it at like 480, 480.25. I want that nice little scream above, and then I want to rake all that cash in. Yeah, AMD's looking great. I like AMD. This is a good move for today. It's a nice start to AMD. You've got great support down here, 144. Buyers right off the bell. Sellers are being absorbed. Your price target's 160. Happy New Year's, Ben. Good to see you, my brother. Ben, I'll be checking in with you this week. If you have some time, I'll try to reach out to you over the weekend. But I want you to enjoy your weekend. As soon as the New Year's stuff is over, we'll get together and talk. No, the options market does not close early today. That's a great question. Happy New Year's, Ben. Yeah, I'll do NQ real quick for you, and I'll do the Qs, and I'll do SPY once more before we wrap this up, and I'll do the IWM for you guys as well. So AMD looks great. I like AMD. If you buy the dip at 144, if you break, how do you trade AMD today, right? You buy any dips at 144. You know that if you break through 144 that you cut your losses. You know that your price target's 160, right? You just easy, simple, right? Keep things simple and trade that way. IWM. Look at IWM real quick. We'll look at the Qs real quick. We'll head back to the SPY, and then we'll get out of here for you guys. Yeah, I'll do Apple for you, and I'll do Bitcoin too. I can't be here all morning. I'm here with you guys all day, every day. I got to trade myself too. I haven't done the trading that I want to do, and I haven't set my system up yet to trade properly next to you. So I don't like my trading this week, and I really want to be here to show you guys where to make entry and where to take exit. IWM is the same thing. The ultimate price target in IWM is 240. We know that. We do have slightly more sellers than buyers in IWM. This is more grind sideways. I can show the hero indicator if you want to see if you got some calls coming in. Oh, did that work? Wait a minute. Configuration add-ons. Nope. Wrong one. Getting some wonkiness here. Did I delete the hero indicator from here? Looks more like grinding here. Hero indicator is going to take a minute or two for it to kick in, I think. Got some resistance right now at 229.50. If we grind higher here today and get above 228, you're probably going to see a squeeze on IWM, whatever a squeeze, however it's considered a squeeze. This might get pinned to end today. I'm interested maybe to take a trade here in a day, even if the market is weak on Monday. Maybe I'll take a trade here at the end of the day and then maybe add to it on Monday if it goes down. This whole trade interests me. This whole IWM thing is. I'll do Apple real quick. If there was one index that, we've already been down the road. We've really beaten up Russell Crowe here. And, if I wanted to see an index pull back before, like I can see the S&P pulling back easily. Yeah, see, Apple's got, you've got monstrous buyers on Apple here. Be conscious of that on Apple. You've got a wall on Apple too above here at 180 and then 190. But you've got people buying Apple today. I expect that too. You're gonna expect to see Apple be the market's hedge. You guys all understand that, right? The market's the Apple hedge still. Hero indicator is good on Apple. It might be a nice trade for today. Take like a 178C or something. I like the Apple trade. Apple's the market hedge, and then until the Fed stops buying Apple bonds, that's my dumbed down version. Actually, the hero indicator is coming in negative on Apple at this point. But until Jay Powell comes out and says, we're not buying Apple bonds, and then I'm telling you, the day they don't show up to that auction. That day they don't show up to that auction, good luck, because the market's going to burn. I think everybody knows that, including Jay Powell. So they can't take the foot off the gas. We know they can't. We know right now they can't take the foot off the gas. And if anything, if they were going to take the foot off the gas, why not do it in March? Why not do it in July or the dog days of summer? So yeah, we got more buyers and sellers. We do have a lot of negative options coming in Apple. I'm going to assume that the bears are thinking that if they put their hedges on Apple, that's the way to trade or to hedge the market is on Apple. I think that's the wrong trade. I personally, there are more speculative stocks that have been holding the market up. That would be a better individual ticker hedge against the market. I'm not going to say which ones, but there are. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, I expect Tesla to go up today. You guys have to listen to what I'm saying to you about Tesla. You only have two choices in Tesla. Tesla has to go above 1120 this morning, or the flight down is a broken staircase. So it's do or die for Tesla. And I don't know if the shorts are off. If the shorts aren't off on Tesla and they're waiting for the last 45 minutes of the cash market today, then you're going to see a face ripper at some point, right? We've all been waiting all week long. I think a bunch of us out there have been waiting all week long for that. Let's look at Bitcoin real quick. No, I don't want the 1-inch Bitcoin. I want Bitcoin. I want BTC, right? To the US dollar, I think. Is that the one that I want? BTC to US dollar? Is it US, BTC? I don't know which BTS or which one it is. I forget. Good morning, Joe. So what am I talking about when I talk about, yeah, this is Bitcoin. This is the Bitcoin chart. You guys want to see where support and resistance is on Bitcoin? All you market bears out there, where's Quinn? Someone get Quinn in here. Quinn needs to know where we are with Bitcoin. All you market bears out there want to see this for sure. You guys all want to see the ugly on Bitcoin. We'll give this a minute to load up, and then we'll go back to the DX feed for cash market. Bunch of sickos. So it's Apple bad. Okay, so I'll talk to you about Apple real quick. So a lot of bears, they say something like, well, I want to short the market, but I can't short the hedge fund, or I can't short the indexes. You can see that they've stayed up while we've had this stealth correction, right? So you get all these bears that are shorting the wrong instruments. They're shorting SPY, they're shorting NASDAQ, and you can see that none of that shit's gone down. And so the simple thing to do is to look at, let's say, Apple and say, well, I'm going to short Apple because that's certainly coming down. And in reality, some of you guys missed the news in 2020, in April, I think, or May of 2020, maybe March, somewhere in there, when quantitative easing was turned on. It was turned on in the form of buying Apple bonds, corporate debt, right? Interbank corporate debt bonds. And Apple was one of those companies. There was a short list of them, those companies, and sure enough, those are the companies that are holding up our stock market. So unless they stop that easing, then there's no reason to short Apple. Apple will never correct. That's where the money is. It's where the bank's money is. You guys understand all that? Yep, shorting the wrong instrument. You guys can do a Google search and look up like Apple bonds and do 2020 so that you can look for the news stories when it took place in 2020. And not many people talk about that stuff. Like which companies are they propping up and why? Why is Apple up? Right? They're not propping up SQ, Square, Block, whatever the fuck whatever they want to call themselves now. Okay, so you guys see support, right? 45,000. You see resistance, 49,000 on Bitcoin. So we're going to get out of that feed. We're going to look at the SPY real quick. Oh, NVIDIA, right? Someone wanted NVIDIA. Let me do NVIDIA first. I remember someone said NVIDIA. So we'll do NVIDIA. Yeah, so there's certain companies out there that are being supported by quantitative easing. Not easing, but by bond purchases. Hold on here. So NVIDIA looks great. You guys can see where your support and resistance is, right? You've got slightly more sellers than buyers on NVIDIA. You know that your support's at 290.11. Your price target is 320. You've got blue skies above 330. Your real smart money is way down here at 269. You've got another band down here at 250. 250, 270, 290 basically. Okay, and we're going to go back to the SPY. And I'm going to leave you with the SPY. I do want to say thank you to all of you for supporting the beginnings of this channel. We just started this. This is a free sub that we've begun. I hope to include more participants into the sub. Are some partnerships. I'd like to do some interviews with some of your favorite traders out there. I know that we've got some community members that have some long time experience. We're going to try to do some morning interviews with some of the members of this community. I know that Bob and Rob, and there's Quinn and Markets and Mayhem. There's a bunch of people that are seasoned traders, seasoned investors that we're going to do some morning interviews with. So we'll have a show in the morning where we interview some traders that you know, traders from inside of our community. And we're going to be launching, I'm building an office right now so that we can have some form of an office setting where you see my face and we can look at charts together. And you will also see me, let's see, we're starting a very small Discord group so that you can bounce trade off ideas off each other. The sub is free. I do, if you're a new trader, if you could just like, subscribe, that kind of stuff. And then if you are what am I looking for here? Connections, configuration add-ons. If you are making money as a seasoned trader, seasoned investor, then I do ask for you to make donations if you can. Donate what you can to help support the channel, because if it takes too much time and I can't pay for the time and the money to put all this information out for you guys and to pay for the services, then I will shut it down at some point. But right now, everything is fine. You guys are doing great supporting the channel. So look forward to more to come into the coming weeks. Let's see if I can raise that up a little bit. I'll leave the SPY channel up as we go along. There's a donate button at the bottom of the description of a YouTube channel. There's a donate button on my Twitter handle @CaptainsAlpha. If you want to request to be a member, it's a free sub. But I do have a pinned tweet up there if you want to pay that way to help support the sub. If you don't have the money, there's no need to. But I do always appreciate just hitting that like or subscribe button if you're a new trader. And the purpose of this sub is because I've paid for most subs out there. I've been members of most subs. I've paid for classes. Oh, we're putting out a class series as well. So you'll have a free class series if anyone's a new trader. I think even some seasoned traders will get some context or some wealth from this class series, and we'll expand upon that over time. Hopefully, we can build up a nice library of classes, and maybe even have other people help with those classes, so that they're always available to traders for free, especially new retail traders. I know that people think that retail traders are going to go away because of the money flow ending and because of the market getting tighter. But in reality, the reality is that us as Americans are having to turn to create our own wealth and our own retirements. We can't rely upon having a retirement fund anymore, a pension plan, or a significant 401k plan that takes care of us as we get older. So you do see people turning to stock investing and stock trading, and hopefully we can make something free for the masses. Yeah, so that's all I want to say to you guys. Hope we can have a free sub out there. Hopefully it helps new traders. Hopefully it stares some of you away from, because I know that I've paid for subs that are like $600, $1,000. I go inside of a Discord and everyone's an asshole, right? Or they're using big words. Even I can't understand. I understand a lot, but then I'm like, wait a minute, now I understand what they're saying, but they're still being what? They're still not giving a decisive answer as to what's going to happen. And then I see them come out later and say, woo, I made all this money on this trade. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. I remember in your earlier statements that you didn't say if you were long or short, or if you had bought that trade or not, or sold that trade. So I wonder if they're actually trading or investing it. So, you only hear about the good trades. You don't hear about the bad trades. You guys know that I always post my trades before I make them. I'm known for this on Twitter. Like I don't delete any of my posts. I don't delete anything that I post unless I offend somebody or piss someone off. Generally speaking, I just don't delete stuff. You guys know me for my good trades, my bad trades. I'm not that person. Okay? So I appreciate all of the support. I appreciate you guys interacting with me. We had a great live. So we did a Zoom call last Sunday. It was hilarious. It devolved into general debauchery, of course, and I was in some pain afterwards. But that was still a fun time. As a matter of fact, I haven't had a beer since. I was so hungover from that experience. So I had a great time with all of you out there. I'm not going to do a shot with you today. I was so hungover still from last Sunday that you're not getting a shot from me today. I'll drink a tea with you. But otherwise, expect a live stream on Sunday, 11 a.m. The focus of Sunday is going to be a basket of stocks. I'm going to have a basket of stocks for you to chart out, and I'll chart out for you on TradingView so that you can have access to them. You can chart them yourselves, set alerts for yourselves. I'll do somewhere between 100 to 300 stocks. You guys have your stocks you're interested. Have like 1 to 3 stocks that you want to see charted out for 2022, and I'll make a prediction, a forecast for 2022, and we'll see how that plays out for the year. If we're way off, if we're kind of in the money or not, we'll try to get your input as well. We can do this either through Zoom, so we can get some verbal interaction, or even just chat box so that you guys can talk amongst each other, or lend some insight as to we'll talk about what the prevailing thought is for 2022, and then we'll see what our view is versus the prevailing thought. And do your due diligence. If you have some time over the weekend, go back and look at what the banks project, they forecast every year, and see how accurate they are. And I would also urge you to look at what the hedge fund talking heads do, because I noticed that the hedge fund talking heads tend to be way more inaccurate. They tend to be wrong or selling out of their positions. But the JPM white papers and the GS white papers, how do they compare? so that when you are coming up with your version of what your forecast is. And then the last point I would leave you with is the reason why most of those forecasts are inaccurate is because you can't predict unknown news. So maybe we come back on Sunday with what are some potential bad news moments that could take place next year. Okay? So we at least have those in our list of, I don't know what you call it, your Deadpool, right? Deadpool events that could possibly happen in 2022. I guess you'd talk about Ukraine, talk about the presidency, the Senate, talk about tapering and rates, talk about maybe some mergers and acquisitions, and possibly even some businesses failing, right? Which companies could fail this year? Yeah, the hedge fund virologists, they're hilarious. March quarter, 380.10, 420 PS versus 395. Oh, here we go. Bob Walsh has some numbers here. Bob, can you talk about that real quick? Chem just posted. March quarter, 380.10, 452. Woo! Right on. Right on. That's perfect numbers, by the way. That's perfect. That is crazy. So that's my take from that is that we're adding volatility and sideways trading. 380.10. Wow. That's some serious expansion. That's the 400 number that I was talking to you about earlier at the start. When I said, if we traded down the indexes to 400, and you kind of like you knock down a couple big players, 2, 3, 4 big players. Meanwhile, all the knockdown stocks would be fine. So I like the range expansion. $43,000 callers versus 23. No kidding. Unbelievable. I gotta look up what's his face real quick. Hang tight there, guys. Three, 8, 10. That makes sense for that 400 trade. 100% that makes sense. That is interesting. Yeah, that's that 400 trade. The Bears must be stoked right now. Bears have to be stoked. So why do I like? You guys are asking why I like that. I'm gonna explain why I like that. So no, it's not necessarily bearish. Uh, what it does for me as a trader is it it gives. So as a trader, I've made more money off of the past 2 or 3 months than I have in recent memory, and the reason being that the trading ranges have been defined. No, not bad for 0 to 8s at all. I'm going to try and explain it to you like you're 5. Uh, so uh, it implies that the market is going to trade sideways. Now, that's only the next 3 months, right? So you're talking January. Well, what's the expiry on this trade? My assumption is the expiry is the 31st of March. So to me, though, it doesn't look bad at all. So let me look at the numbers one more time here. Where are the numbers once more? So you've got a 352, right? Or excuse me, a 550, or 452, right? You've got a 49.25 call. So you're talking about in the next 3 months getting close to 500, right? Which is nice. I mean, if you hit 500, that's pretty nice, right? And we talked about that yesterday. Where do you really expect us to go? Where are you really expecting us to go between now and March? We talked yesterday. We said, do you think we're going to see at 480? Do you think we're hitting 500 in the next week or two? You think we're hitting it in the next 3 weeks? Maybe we hit it in February, right? Late February or something if we get kick-ass earnings. So that makes sense, right? Maybe we'll hit 500 if we get great earnings. Where's the low end though? And they made that collar down at 400. That sounds rational to me and logical to me. What it also does is it shows sideways movement for the next 3 months. And what does that mean? It means that you have more defined trading areas. So, like I trade hard. I don't do a lot of you trade well with grinds higher. Like if you make all-time highs and you just keep grinding, I don't know how you could time how to get out of your trades. That's when I start making comments to people like, I don't believe you actually trade. Because how could you trade an all-time high, stay in that trade, and then know when to get out before you fall off the cliff? Because if you've ever done that, you know that your trade fails at some point. So when you have a more defined trading area, then you kind of know where the tops are, kind of know where the bottoms are, and you kind of know that you can trade within that. I think it's bullish and bearish. Yeah, no, I think that they're seeing 500. I think that they see 500 from now until March, and I think that their downside risk is to 400. That's what I think. Yeah, who's good at all-time highs? All-time highs kind of sucks. That's what I'm taking from it. I'm taking from it that yes, we have a possibility of 500 in the next 3 months. I think that's reasonable to assume. I think that where's your downside risk? Where's your put wall? Well, they're saying that the put wall is now at 398, right? Is that what they're saying? So if you have a 398 put wall, then your bottom should be like probably 425. Man, that was my point yesterday. Was you guys think you're gonna do 500 in February, and then what do you think we're gonna crack 600 by end of year or 560 by end of year? That's kind of a stretch, and I'm a bull, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a stretch. But they are putting in for the potential to go down to 400. That would imply my bet would be that they're looking for that 400 if we stop buying corporate bonds. That would be my guess. Yeah, the only thing that I'm looking for is if we tag 478, 479, I'm just looking for that into the close today. I'm going to close my spreads and then into Monday, or I'll come back end of day. If we can hopefully get up to 479, 480, I'm going to put some or add to my bearish position for Monday being down. No, I'm not saying 560 end of year. What I'm saying is, as a bull, Happy New Year to all of you, by the way. Happy New Year. We were talking about it earlier, Joe. Happy New Year, Joe. So what I was talking to you guys about earlier was, if you're bullish, you have to think to yourself where all the forecasts are. They're negative. Though the mean and the median are basically, we're going to be at 500, max 520 end of year. So that means they got to knock it down a little bit at some point, right? It also means that, they're not going to trade from here to 520 end of year. That would be like a straight line sideways for an entire year. There's no possible way that happens, just based on unknown news. And the point is, if we're at 480 at the end of today, let's say we close today at 480. Are you taking longs into March? And what's your price target? 520? By the end of March? I find that hard to believe. I believe that like end of February we'd hit maybe 500, 495, possibly let's call it 493 like JPM's saying, 493, but with a pullback, like a nice strong fat pullback to 470, 460 over that time period. Nice swing down, nice swing back up, or a swing up and then a swing down to a much lower number. Yeah, this is not to call a market direction. Hey, Sarah, you know what you should do? Sarah, you should go over and look at Amazon. And you should go to September 1st, right, on Amazon. And go to September 1st, snap a vertical line. And then I want you to go to December 30th on Amazon, snap a vertical line. And then I want you to see the swing high and the swing low, or the swing low and the swing high. And you will see how a bank hedges the market and prints both sides of their market hedge. And you'll see exactly that same thing happen, generally speaking, in our market as well, wherever the hedging occurs. You'll see it in the SPY all the time. Okay, I want you all to have a wonderful morning and afternoon. I want you all to be aware of when hedges come onto the market. They don't define where we're going the next 3 months, but they do define generally where our walls are, right? Where our tops and bottoms are, where the expected trading range is. We know that we can trade outside of those ranges on unknown news, right? You have something like COVID happen, or you have like 9/11 happen, things like that. you have a major shift in policy that we can trade outside of those ranges, but that does give you a firm idea of where the expectation is going to lie for the next 3 months. I'm sure that you'll see more complicated explanations of this on the internet and on Twitter, so you'll have to do your own due diligence as to where you think we're going. I hope you have a wonderful new year. Happy New Year to you all. And what else do I have to say to you? I'll see you all on Sunday. And thank you for the support of the channel. Happy New Year, guys. Stay safe out there. You guys want me to leave this up for a little while for you? You guys want me to just unplug the sound and I can leave up like the SPY feed maybe? Or I can leave up Tesla feed. You guys want me to leave Tesla feed up, SPY feed up, something like that? Yeah, Happy New Year to all of you out there. All right, I'll leave the SPY feed up for you today. Please like and subscribe if you're a new trader. If I'm helping you to learn how to trade better, if I'm helping you to make money, please donate in the description box or hit me up on Captain's Alpha. I've got a pinned tweet with another way for you to tip. And I appreciate all of you out there for interacting. I appreciate the community. Please interact with each other on the chat box here. There's a lot of people with some great information on how to trade this market, the trades that they're taking in this market. I look forward to if we have a moment where we get to 479 or 480, I'll come back on live, and I'm gonna end up taking more of a hedge position as we head up to 480 at the end of the day, if we hit that pin today. Yeah, be safe out there. No reason to catch a DWI. No reason to put anybody at risk today or tomorrow. I want to also let all of you know that the biggest day for DWIs is the day after New Year's. Like, you guys will be out there driving home from whatever party you were at, and boom, the police pull you over and they know you were drinking the night before, and they love to give breathalyzers the day after. And that's all I got to say on that topic. Otherwise, you've all survived. We have one more year ahead of us. Hopefully we can make a lot of money again this year. Good luck to you all. Happy New Year.